Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to a lovely Tuesday, November 21st, and another lovely day on the wild SMP on Performium, mc.performium.net. And today I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge again, as the picture implies. I just realized I didn't make it daytime, but that's okay. I have to jump over to Candy anyway, so whatever. Anyway, today I'm going to be working on the Menger Sponge because I want to give myself a little bit of a brain break from the data pack stuff. I was up late last night and got up a little early this morning, and I was messing with trying to get the resource packs compiled and ran into a few snags on some of the ones for some data packs that I want to try. So I'll talk about that in today's stream. But today has been already a bit of a brain day, so I figured, you know, instead of working on the Undercity build, I'm just going to work on something that I don't have to brain on. Menger Sponge. It's still a project that needs to get done. Menger Sponge. We're doing it. But before I hop into the Menger Sponge, let me say a huge thank you to the people who are able to help support my channel and the things that I do with my content and stuff and the Discord and all that through support from Patreon and Streamlabs and liking and subscribing and commenting. All the stuff that you guys do helps tremendously, but more specifically, I'd like to give a shout out to Elmaze11, Augmut Infinium, Sean, Robert Kemp, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero for the help that they are able to provide through Patreon. It is greatly appreciated, and it gets put to use in ways that help specifically with the creation of my content. All the income that comes through here goes straight back into here. I may joke that $1 a month could give me a cup of tea a month. I don't spend it on anything outside of the upgrades and the Streamlabs and the Discord and all that kind of stuff. It all goes to here, and like computer monitor and stuff, so that I can keep doing things for you guys. So thank you guys ever so very much. And also, speaking of XBlaze Ninja Zero, let's see here, minimize that, bring up this here. Another dad joke has been summoned. Why did Mozart kill all of his chickens? Because when he asked them who the best composer was, they'd all say Bach, Bach, Bach. Thank you, dad joke. Okay, let me bring this up. Oh, I need to actually grab the link so I can make my announcement. From here, scroll up to here, grab this, copy, minimize. I don't need Discord up right now. Let's come back to the Minecraft, and let's say something like working on the Monolith again. Come chill to some soft music and watch me build. Boop. And now copy all of it. Well, cut, I guess, but it still works. Paste. And then let's go to Candy. Go back in first person. fly over here. That way I have moved. And boop. And back to wild with another ninja dust. There we go. Let's make it noon all the time, and let's make it never rainy. Couple of things you may have noticed if I did bring this up. I don't remember if I actually did bring this up or not. But I have a different interface. There's nothing going on here other than this is just part of my texture pack preparation for the data pack monstrosities that I'm making. I have added a thing that adds jewelry, and these are the slots apparently that the jewelry go in. So I think it's rings, bracelets, and necklace from what I can see in that. But yeah, that's what's going on there. There's nothing in Performium that applies to. It's just I'm too lazy to switch back to the node texture pack thing, and so we'll also have to just deal with that. Observation. Oh yeah, we did get our gems. 12,661 gems. Yay! Observation. My cat is not here. Additional observation. I did not move my cat. Third observation. The cat is somehow here. I don't know if the cat fell. I'm not sure what's going on. I don't know how to tell how harmed your cat is. With the dog, it's the tail. But with the cat, I'm not sure. What do cats eat? Fish? Cats eat fish, right? Let's go home. Bottom. And let's get stuck on a box. What is this box? I'll deal with that later. Fish is the next floor up. Let me through. I think raw fish is probably better. 3 should be fine. Slash back. Boop. Oh, she needed it. Boop. Yeah. Wow. Well, I mean, here, why don't you follow me over here? A little bit more, a little bit more, a little bit more. Come on. A little bit more. There you go. And here you should be... Oh, well, no, I overshot. I want to put the cat directly under the glass, because it occurs to me, this whole time, she could have been getting struck by lightning. That certainly isn't what caused her to come down here. She was here. She was here, but she was originally either in this corner or in this corner. I don't know how she got down there. That's very weird. The only thing I can think of is someone tried to troll me by removing this platform. Someone with, you know, command, and didn't realize the cat was part of the equation or something, because she was parked. There's no reason for her to have moved. And other players can't move other people's pets inside a claim. That's really weird. Huh. Okay. No real big deal, it's just baffling. Alright, today we are... Hello. Hello! Of all the things you hear... What is going on? Existence is sideways. I am officially high up enough that I cannot see the ground. How far down do I have to go to see that next chunk down? This far. Wow. That's so far down there. But the LA is visible and moving. Interesting. Alright, let's get to work. So, as I was saying, today, and last night, the work I have been doing to put together the data packs and their requisite resource packs has been productive but taxing. A lot of the resource packs are in different sorts of formats. And a lot of the making of the resource packs... Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay. There we go. A lot of the making of the resource packs and their data packs that accompany them use certain kinds of software because it is unreasonable to expect even the best programmer to keep all of the code in the programs that they use in their head at all times. That's why we have manuals and books that we go to, and we look things up online for how to do this code in this program and stuff like that. The best resource is the internet, after all. But what is actually happening is there are different kinds of programs out there that the developers are using, and not all of them take into account the fact that other people want to make data packs. And so there are many data packs that have the same item IDs as many of the others. And some of the software doesn't even allow the user to change the IDs. So let's say you want to, in your data pack, let's say you want to make Chiseled Deepslate be the item used for placing the block, but you want to give it some NBT. NBT is just the background data that distinguishes one kind of thing from another, or different states, like when you're drawing a bow, the 3 different stages, this, all those 3 different stages, or 4 or whatever, they have their own little NBT, and so for each one of those little points on the bow, you could make it a whole completely different picture in the textures, but there's more to it than just the textures. And so I decide I want to make Chiseled Deepslate my thing. And so I go and say, all right, whenever there's Chiseled Deepslate with this specific NBT, we'll call the predicate number 1. Then whenever you find, instead of a default Chiseled Deepslate, whenever you find a Chiseled Deepslate with a 1 in this spot for the NBT, instead of making it look like Chiseled Deepslate, make it look like this. Use this texture and make it behave in this way. And that's how they do it with these data packs, is they just take the existing blocks and they give it some fancy NBT values, and then when the game says, I'm reading this block but it's got this value, so that means I have to display this. Okay, so that's how it works. Now the software used for making the data packs, some of it allows you to change the values. Let's say you want to make a data pack and it uses a whole bunch of orange dyes for some handheld items. Okay, that's fine. You could have the predicates be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oops. And then anyone else who uses the data pack or makes a data pack that uses orange dye and gives it the values anywhere from 1 to 10, they're hosed. You can't have both data packs in the same set because they use the exact same predicate number, so they will have a conflict, and one will show up, don't know which, but one will show up and the other one will never show up. It will be whichever option the coding chooses for each instance of that number 1 and each instance of the number 2, and so on and so forth. So there is a gorgeous data pack called Update Aquatic 2. It adds some rather extensive ocean biomes. It adds mounted seahorses for being able to travel underwater on a mount. It adds a submarine. It adds explosive sea mines that you have to navigate through, like a whole biome of them. It adds clamshells and pearls. It adds special merfolk that have sort of a cross between normal villager trading and like the piglin trading, and it's just neat. It is well done. It is beautiful, and I love it because I was hoping to branch out into the ocean, do an underwater glass dome city if I can find a big enough ocean to expand to the ocean. We'll see. But here's the problem. The software that they used for making their data pack is apparently the same software that was used for making the expansion. The one where you go to the moon and Mars and Venus and Jupiter and Europa and all that. And under any other circumstances, this wouldn't be a problem because most software allows you to add a prefix or just manually change your values for when you look up the predicate. But this one doesn't. It assigns 1 to the first, 2 to the second, 3 to the third, and so on and so forth. And unfortunately, there are several items that both developers have used for the data pack. And what that means is, because there's no way I'm sacrificing my opportunity to go to the stars, it means that I can't use this underwater environment. I am I know about what's going on with the software because I've been in contact with the dev, and once again, attack of the dev whisperer. But I've been trying to come up with some solutions that can help, and they said that they have also been in contact with the makers of the software to try to work something out so that users can change their number values, because it's just awful not being able to do that. And just before I started this stream, I came up with a new solution that I think could work. I mean, one solution would be to make it so that when you start a new project, it assigns a predicate value, or a prefix. I said predicate because predicate's one of the terms used for data packs. But it assigns a prefix, or you assign a prefix, and that prefix gets added to all your values. So instead of starting with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it starts with 2,100,000 1, 2,100,000 2, 2,100,000 3. That way, there's no conflict. You can pick an arbitrarily large number, thousands, millions, billions, billions of options, and use that as the prefix, and there will never be conflicts again, unless some rotten luck happens. But that doesn't change the fact that this is already built. So I just thought, they said that there was no way for them to easily change the values and go in and change all of that. But I bet if I worked with them and made a list of what all objects were in conflict with the expansion, I betcha I could help them reassign the values to, instead of cyan dye, lime dye or something like that. Find objects that don't have any overlap with the expansion, and be able to, oh wait, this, is that right? Yeah, that's right. And be able to use both of them on the same collection of data packs. I think that that would probably be able to work. I don't know how hard it's going to be to change all instances of cyan dye to lime dye or whatever, but that seems to be a solution for at least some of their objects. I'm going to pull apart both the expansion and Update Aquatic 2, and just by hand compare which objects get used. And then I will send that list to the dev for Update Aquatic, and see if maybe there's a little wiggle room. If so, then I am just ecstatic to be able to use it. I absolutely loved what it adds, because what I want to do is have a little bit of transportation. Hello, monkey. I want to have a little bit of transportation. I want to have some more functionality under the water. I want there to be more than just, you know, a couple of ruins here and there. Even though I've added a bunch of different ruins, it still doesn't feel as alive. It doesn't feel like there's enough going on in the water. There never has felt like there's enough going on in the water. So, if I can get this to work, I'm going to be thrilled to death. I hope my solution is a workable one. I'm not holding my breath, but it's something that I think will add enough value to the content to make the effort worth it. And again, that's the Update Aquatic 2. It's really neat. You can go look at it. I have a link in my Discord, but if you're not on my Discord, you can go look at it on Planet Minecraft. What is falling? Did you see that? Oh, that's an arrow. I shot something. You can go look at it on Planet Minecraft. Let's see here. You are getting on after you eat because you haven't woosten all day. You're supposed to eat, you know. We are made out of food, and if we don't bring food in, our food bodies start to malfunction. But anyway, another issue I have had is when I'm combining all these resource packs, I take my existing resource pack conglomeration, I extract it, I take the next resource pack that I want to include, I drag and drop all of the files to where they need to be, and I skip any conflicts. That way all that's left in the original folder are conflicting files. And then I can go through one at a time and cherry pick the information that I need to inject manually into the existing massive file. So like say for instance, I have in my existing file, I have some data that overwrites oak logs. And there are 10 instances of oak log overwriting. And they have values 1, 2, 3, and then 10,400, 10,401, and then the rest starting at 1,000,000. And they all work perfectly fine with all the data packs that they are related to. There's no conflicts, nothing else. And so I find that I need to add another oak log. What a lot of people do is they just drag and drop the new file and overwrite the existing one. And what happens is all of that previous data that I just rattled off and don't remember all of vanishes, and all that's left is the data for the one single new oak log that you installed. So now anytime you see the oak logs for the other data packs, they look just like oak logs, or what's worse is they look like whatever the object is for this new data pack, because it says, well, it's not vanilla, so it must be this one. And what I do is I take the part of the code that matches just the value for the new oak log, and I put it in numeric order in between all of the other ones, so that the code doesn't give up when it can't see it by the end of a large number, because it has a routine where it gives up once it goes past where it's looking. If it can't find the value that's looking for within the sequence, it says, I give up. Even if it's somewhere else in the list, if it's not in the right spot, it gives up. So I have to manually make sure it's in the right spot. And I have to do this for every single item. You would not believe how huge my carrot on a stick file is. But I have found another data pack that, chef's kiss, it does some really nice, literally and figuratively organic implementation of a sort of a magic system using a cross between Thaumcraft and Botania. And it is very well done. It's called Floorcraft. And it looks beautiful. And I presume it runs okay. I haven't installed it yet. I was going to wait until I got the resource pack injected. But, and you knew that there was a but coming. When I try to merge specifically that resource pack, it fails. It says failed to load resource pack. And I thought, okay, well maybe it's because there's too much data. So I toned it down a little bit and instead I just used the raw resource pack and had them both load at the same time, and it was fine. So it's like, well, maybe that's not it. So I tested by picking a different resource pack and adding it. I added it, and the resource pack loads just fine. So something inside the data of Floorcraft is malfunctioning, and I don't know what. So until I can figure out how to get it to work, I'm going to have to experiment with the resource pack and figure out what's going on. And that is just a small glimpse of all the busy work that I have been doing for making this collection of now 66 data packs. And still growing. There's still more being added. And with those 66, I don't know if you were paying attention yesterday, but I still had wiggle room. I was staying well under 50 milliseconds per tick. It's dandy. And I did test it with a few things going on and some exploration and stuff like that. And even if I do manage to get it to go 70, 80, 90, 100 milliseconds per tick, which is 100 milliseconds per tick is 10 ticks per second instead of the 20 that is the target for Minecraft. All I have to do is save exit and reload, and all of a sudden I'm back down to 50 or less. And I stay that way until I do a massive amount of exploration usually. And it takes, honestly, a lot of exploration for it to jump up. So, I am heartened by the fact that on single player, I can do a lot more. After today's stream on here, I'm probably going to hop onto Discord and just pick up streaming with the data pack work. That way I can listen to music while I'm doing it. I mean music that is less relaxing, let's say, than this music. I like to listen to other kinds of copyrighted music that I can't really play while I'm doing these streams. But on Discord, it doesn't matter. I'm not streaming. It's just the video only of just the one piece of software that I'm streaming. So if I am streaming Minecraft, it's just playing Minecraft sound. Or if I'm streaming just a screen, then it doesn't even play the audio at all and all that. But I think I'm going to dive straight back into getting some more work done toward that data pack setup, because I am really eager to get started on the project, and I'm so close to having all the data packs assembled. I can taste it. So that's what I'm going to be doing after today's stream on here, is working on the data pack stuff, but on Discord. If you want to join me, and you are not a part of my Discord, I have a link down below. And all you have to do is pick like the Performium role if you're on Performium, or the YouTube role works too. But you do have to pick a role. And there's no obligation to participate in the stream or anything like that. I'm just going to be, you know, working. But I find that if I am streaming, I get a lot more done than if I am just sitting there allowing myself to play clicker games or scroll through Imager or browse Reddit or something and get immersed in Wikipedia or whatever. I stay on task better when I feel like I'm being observed or managed or monitored. And even if no one is watching, having the stream going keeps my executive function on task. And because of how much I want to get this done, I kind of need that extra little bit of oomph. So I will be more than likely streaming right after this stream. Let's see here. Oh, I am going to probably also add one of the experimental versions of Optifine. Optifine is really far behind on putting out an update for 1.20.2. And I have... Hello, Banish. I have a few things that kind of rely on Optifine, and I would like to see them included and implemented. And also, having Optifine will make all of my stuff a little smoother anyway, because I'll have more rendering options and all that kind of stuff, so I can lighten the burden that is being put onto my system by the 60, 70, or 80, or however many data packs I'm going to be using. So having Optifine is going to be better than not having it, and so I'm going to take a chance with the experimental and see what I can get to work. Nice. Alright, what's going on over here? Your store doesn't have eggnog yet, so I'm going to have to make some with the recipe you got on Discord to make a pudding with. And use that pudding to make... Oh, eggnog pie. Eggnog pie! I'm drooling now. Num num num. Eggnog pie? Are you serious? I've never thought of eggnog pie. Ooh, what kind of crust would you go for with that? The cinnamon graham crust or just the regular graham crust? Ooh, or the No, the chocolate wouldn't taste all that great with the eggnog. It would have to be either the plain or the cinnamon. Oh, and I'm going to use our Discord, and I'm going to put in the food chat the phrase eggnog pie. There we go. Eggnog pie. Now, I have it written down somewhere. Because that sounds outstandingly delicious and definitely not good for you. And I must try it at least once. Ooh, ginger snaps. My phone went boop. What is this? Okay. Eggnog pie. Never occurred to me to make eggnog into a pudding. Weird. Let's see if I can rustle up some attention. Let's see here. We have Starlight and Stone Tootsie. Oh, one of the things that drew me to the update Aquatic 2 was the addition of the submarine. An enclosed breathable space for faster than swimming travel. It's basically an enclosure with dolphins grace. And what drew my attention to it was I want to have a little bit of extra mobility. I want to have hot air balloons, hang gliders, if I can pull it off, some better tracks and trains. I want to have better boats. I want to have a few more mobility options so that my exploration is more, if not immersive, then at least more interesting. And the addition of the submarine just ticks one of the main boxes that I was looking for. But in addition to that, it also adds seahorses as mounts. So there's 2 underwater mobility options. I will be probably looking into re-adding the Norse ships again. And in addition to that, I will be adding hot air balloons if I can get that to work. I found two different options for that, so we'll see. I'm going to make sure that they are balanced enough and not like overpowered. I want it to make sense as being in the world's flow, and also have it fit within that stage's parameters. I want to satisfy the needs of the challenge while also making the adventures more engaging. There we go, engaging. Because I've got a spaceship that I can fly around, and that's all well and good. I can use the spaceship to fly around in the atmosphere of the overworld if I really, really wanted to, but I don't want to. I don't want to load the terrain that fast. B, I feel that that would be a little bit cheaty unless I have already explored the area and know where I'm going. But I like the vibe of having like a hot air balloon. The interaction of having to work the controls and continue to occasionally throw in some fuel and all that kind of stuff. And the boats having to work the rudders and all that. Then the submarine and everything else. I like the idea of vehicles, but small personal vehicles that makes sense. I do have to look into different data packs for trains. There are a few that look somewhat promising, some that look like they did work okay on previous versions but then broke, and some that have functionality that kind of makes it a little unfair. So I'm gonna have to look around and see what there is. But if you couldn't tell, most of my brain space is being occupied by getting this series started. What's going on over here in chat? Cheesecake. Cuddles is, as I'm assuming, probably making one of her 4D Diamonds projects, and it's basically she's bedazzling a piece of paper in a paint by numbers fashion to make a diamond studded picture show up, and she is doing it for a gift or something for someone else, and so that's what she's saying in chat, is she's got a project. I'm assuming that that's what the project is. Yep, 5D diamonds. Let's see here. Oh, I still have yet to re-add the mechanization data pack. Let me make a note. Okay. I don't know who was telling me about it. There's an online game called Torn City that looks like a... It looks like a cross between Sim something, not necessarily Sim City, but Sim something, and Escape from New York, where there's all this crime everywhere and you can rob places and it feels like a sort of a management game. I looked at it. It looks interesting. I have played games like it in the past, but it isn't the sort of thing that I want to be filling my brain with, and because what I try to do with my time is, if I'm going to be working on or playing with something that is not one of my main projects, I like the task to be something that will help me get ideas for my main projects, or be just engaging enough to keep me interested and keep dopamine going, but not so engaging that I can't use it as a means to think about other projects. My brain never shuts off. It's always trying to, how do I fix this, and what am I going to do about that, and what if this scenario, and that sort of thing. It's my brain, it won't leave me alone, and so I have to work around it. And that reminds me, this should be 55. Yeah, I was gonna say 54, but it's 55. So 5 more days. 5, 6, 7, 8 maybe, because it doesn't always happen right at 60. But I'm ready. In fact, let's see here. Yeah, what I'll have to do is just claim. That's funny. I can own some of his roof if I wanted. Let's claim that. Sadly, I won't be able to get rid of this, but I will try to just work it into my build. But what I'll do is I will just claim from here to here when this unclaims. And then I will build a 27 by 27 by 27 Menger Sponge, slightly offset from the road so people can actually get onto it. And underneath it, I will keep access to his shops here. And I'll have little signage pointing down to it, but I want this. He's not actually using it, and none of the shops have had any change in sales. They're all still the same. So it makes no sense, other than just stubbornness, to want to keep something like that. Your cheese has moved, sir. It's on candy. Go look for your cheese on candy and leave this one alone. Let me have it. Oh wait, I need this to be... Ah. to do this row. Oh, the overgrown mutants? Yeah. Oh. Oh, that's what I was going to mention. When it comes to leaving the resource pack, in addition to me just being lazy and not wanting to keep changing back and forth between no resource pack and my merged resource pack, it also allows me the opportunity to look at objects and go, does anything look funny in the vanilla? Because if it does, then I'll know that I did something wrong in the resource pack assembly. So it's more of a function than just laziness, but laziness is a big part of it. I don't want to have to keep going back to the resource packs and turn it off and turn it on, turn it off, turn it on. I'm doing that enough when I'm testing and building the resource packs. Oh, so the wife has managed to bring home some sort of a sore throat, head cold kind of thing. Mucusy, whatever. And I managed to get just a glimmer of it for a day and a half, something like that. You could tell. I mean, you could even look back in the mirror. I definitely had some throaty stuff going on, and I thought, okay, well, this is no bueno. It might even be the plague. We actually went out and got testing kits, and turns out it's not the plague. But apparently, I got just a small enough infection of it that my body was able to go, I know what to do with this. And it nipped it in the bud. I feel basically fine again. She doesn't, but I do. I think for this one I need to go the full. Yeah, okay. That messed me up. As a matter of fact, she was on the verge of losing her voice. And I think what's going on is she managed to catch it because she was having to be very close to people, mask or not, having to be very close to people, almost shoulder to shoulder at work. And she spent a lot more time in the presence of it, gathering the little germs. And then when it was brought home, obviously we're going to be in the same proximity of each other, and so I caught a little bit of it, but she has the full force of it. And in addition, she probably had the full force of it compounded because she had to go back and work at the same station next to the same people for a couple days in a row, and that's what really just ground it in. And so I think I'm pretty much over it, but she seems to be feeling the brunt of things still. It's unfortunate. I like to joke, she doesn't need to get me anything for my birthday. She already got me sick. So Cuddles, if you are watching and you have a spare moment to share it, if you want to post the picture of what the 5D Diamond project is that you're working on the Discord, I know I'd like to see it, and I'm sure others would like to see the progress as well, if you have the time. I will never forget the first time I just accidentally encountered a super mutant in Fallout 3. Didn't know they existed, wasn't ready for them. Here, let me get rid of this arrow. Just go land. Good? You good? You're good. Alright. I'll just put it in the arts and crafts channel. That's a perfect place for it. Alright. So I did that. Did those. And I just started on this. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. That means that this connects. Ta-da! That is still so hilarious. Oh, you've managed to fall in a hole. So part of my planning ahead for the refugee to regent thing is not every data pack dev asks this, but a lot of them do. If you're going to use it in a project, to include the link at least to the Planet Minecraft page, or wherever it's from, Modrinth, whatever. So what I'm planning on doing is setting up a world that has a demo area for every aspect within reason of the different data packs. That way I can have a single place to a single world to be able to show that everything is in fact working together, but also so I can make 1 or 2 or maybe 3, depending on how long, videos showcasing all of them together, and then instead of listing the nearly 100 data packs in the description to the video, I plan on having the link go to my Discord. And welcome back again, Banish. And just in case you're not watching, the Discord channel is going to be strictly for the demonstration and description of all of the data packs involved. I'm going to separate it into sections too, because actually I should probably have it go by load order, because basically what I have to do to get everything to work is some things have to be loaded before others. Like, you can't load structures like cabins and ruins and things like that until you load the world. So you have to do the terrain generation first. However, there are some structures that must be in place before terrain generation happens. And so there's this little dance that you've got to do. And this doesn't just apply to terrain generation and ore generation and all that. There's other things that need to happen before different things are able to work. So what I'm going to do is separate it into parts. There's terrain generation, there's structure generation, there's other world generation stuff, and then there's going to be simple devices that don't require a whole lot of like overhauling of anything. It's just here is a drop ladder. I don't need to have that anywhere special. Obviously they needed to have a drop ladder, but then there's some other little busy work things, and then after that there are the overhauls, like the Devon's uh, true survival or something like that, and other stuff like that. So basically, I'm going to split it up into different parts so that I can more easily digest and demonstrate things. But I want it to all be in one single map. And so I'm having to do all this testing in advance. And then once I get all the testing done, I will make a single player world and potentially make it downloadable. I have I also would probably include the resource pack, and the thing is I would have to just have the caveat that, okay, this is where all these were gotten. This is just, I have put all these together, and I'm not going to zip together all of the resource packs. I'm just going to link them, or the data packs, just going to link them. But the resource packs do kind of need to be compiled, and most people don't know how to do it or have the resources to be able to do it or whatever, especially for dozens of resource packs all at once. So I'm sort of, as I do things, I'm planning, okay, what needs to happen to demonstrate this? How much do I need to show that this is working without spoiling the end progression of this and that sort of thing? So, like for instance, the new in town, I will have the caravan in place. I will start the caravan on the demonstration, and then I will build like maybe an empty plot and then one of the structures, and then just show the premise behind it, and then for the rest of the things that are largish, I will find some balance of, here is how it gets started, and here is a basic demonstration of what the purpose of it is, and then leave it there. Because I don't want to turn the here's everything working together demonstration into a step-by-step guide to the data pack. I can do that elsewise. But I need to make sure that I have a way to show how to get the data packs that I'm using, where they come from, who made them, and how to download them and all that. But also, I've been thinking about making a video on how to do the resource pack merging that I've been doing, because a lot of it isn't just as mindless, here, copy this, paste this. You have to actually go, all right, well, this goes here, and this goes here, and this can't go here because this is here, so I have to change this. And just show off the little behind the scene things that are going on, because maybe someone else might want to get into doing the things that I'm doing, and they just simply don't know where or how to start. And I think it might be good to be able to share my expertise. Also, yeah, Starlight and Stone Tootsie, definitely AFK. So is bias aardvark still on? Yeah. Oh, also, let's see here. Cuddle says she added me. Boo, 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 boo. Arts and crafts. Ooh, it's the eagle one. Ah. Nice. Lovely, lovely pixels. I like it. Oh, that reminds me. I need to add a note here to get Audacity on this computer. The Audacity! Because I need to do a little bit of sound editing for one of my projects. Ka-chow! Alright. Let's see here. What else? What else? Let me take a drink. Oh, that's right. I forgot to put that extra flavor in the coffee. I'm having some coffee while I'm streaming because I want to abuse my gastronomy, obviously. Man, it's so far down there. Wow. Oh, hello. Are you actually in the right spots? Yes. And again, that partial invisibility thing happens even without Optifine. That's just the game. It's because I'm on a server and my client is not being fully updated on what it's supposed to be seeing, so the server says nothing. Because, oh, here's one of the things that most people don't understand is when you're playing on a server, when you're live, the things that you're doing and the things that are going on around you, on the client side, you're simulating what you understand the server to be doing from the last time it was told what was going on. But likewise, the server is simulating what you're doing from the last time it was told what was going on from your end. And the way this manifests is you don't always get the information on time about locations of things or the change of the render of something or whatever. And so, like for instance, if you're near a massive explosion of TNT, the server knows exactly what happened, but it isn't feeding you all of the information fast enough, and so you just see like a wave of blocks vanish here, a chunk of it vanish here, maybe you take some damage, and your end just gets little micro updates about all the stuff that's going on the server. But similarly, when you click, the server doesn't know that you've clicked. Not yet. So your game says, it just displays. It says, okay, I am placing a block here because I know I've placed it. And I'm also going to tell the server. But sometimes the server doesn't get the message. And so it says, no, I don't see anything there. There's nothing there. Invisible block, please. It used to treat invisible blocks differently, but oh, that's what's wrong. Yeah? Yeah. It's actually kind of interesting looking back at how Minecraft interprets different kinds of things as the technology has expanded and as the software has grown. It's kind of cool, because like for instance, you go back to, I don't know, like 1.8.3 beta, thereabouts. Used to be when nighttime happened, it would cause lighting updates to just happen in waves and waves where you're looking. And so you would watch the darkness go whoosh past you, and then the next level of lighting down, it would go whoosh, and it was just a marvel of watching the darkness wash over you, literally. It was so cool. But the problem with that is how it had to cause all of those actual lighting updates. It was very taxing on everything. And if you had a large enough server and it was becoming nighttime or daytime and the lighting updates were happening to everyone in different locations, oh, it would tank. It was bad. So instead they implemented a different system, and it's what we have now, where there aren't actual lighting updates. It's just on the client side, you are just shown that if you're looking at this block over here, then it has this lighting value. And so on your side, it shows the lighting. Instead of having all the lighting being handled on the server side, the lighting is instead just a number. And then only when it comes to you looking at something does the actual light level have any meaningful representation. It's not a world event, it is a client-side perception. And that's just an example of some of the ways that the game has changed over time in sometimes very subtle ways and sometimes some profound ways. There was an error long time ago that caused what everyone would dub world holes. And it would be like this. You'd be out exploring and a single chunk would fail to render. And so you could do this. You could go, oh, I see diamond down under there. And so you'd come over here and you go, haha, dig, 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 diamond. And it was a great little trick, but it's not like it was meant to be that way. And they changed software in just the right way to make it so that that doesn't happen anymore. There was also this huge other lighting update issue that would cause these just like massive shadows to appear on walls and things. It still sometimes happens a little bit, especially on servers, but not nearly as often or as bad. Let's see here. What's another one? I can't remember the thing about witches. It was subtle. There's something about witches that my brain's saying there was something about witches, but it's clearly not meaningful enough to give me any more information about it, so I'll skip that. Oh, that's something. When you place a block, it takes into account where you're standing and what angle you're placing it on and at. And it chooses to visually represent what is going on once it knows all of the special data. Like for instance, if I'm looking at this and I hit F3, over here behind the Performium nonsense, you see a whole bunch of targeted block data. And because this has a lot less going on than my data pack collection, you see that it is Minecraft Chiseled Deepslate, and it is hashtag Minecraft.mineable/pickaxe. But like for instance, if you had other data packs, you could have hashtag, I don't know, mechanism colon mineable/quarry or something like that. It would have all this kind of information. Now, what used to happen is when you placed a block, it would then decide, after it was placed, what all of that information was. And so you'd place a block, and then, if you were really lucky, you got to watch your block change color, change shape, rotate after you placed it. And it was just a wild experience. But now, what happens is, the game says, all right, we already know exactly the orientation and everything else that this block is going to be when it is placed. And so we will just let it exist. And so your client chooses to visually represent what's going on, and the server, internal or otherwise, goes, okay, gotcha, I'll display that from now on. There's none of that place it and then watch it rotate. It's no longer mutating blocks. It's just, it is how it is placed. And that saved a whole bunch of resources. There was no secondary calculation. It was, all right, we already know in advance what the block is going to be and how it looks. So here's the special world data for it. And that's all you need to know. It is this block, it is this facing, and it has these features. And that drastically reduced the tick load when they implemented that change. But it also made it so you had a slightly different experience. It was subtle, and most people didn't really pay attention to it or even notice it. But it was there, and now it's not. And there's just tons of stuff like that about this game. And I love remembering and learning about these changes, because some of them I never had any opportunity to interact with really, or if I did, I never paid enough attention. And then like years later, I'll watch a video with someone's talking about, oh yeah, this used to happen, now they've changed it so it only does this. And I would think back and go, huh, well, that's interesting. And it's a way to show just how much the game has grown. It does help that they have gotten more developers. Oop, I have an alarm that doesn't mean anything today. All right. It's easier to just have it always go off than to set it for specific days and times. I'll just go ahead and fill the rest of this one in. Boop, 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 boop. But yeah, I love realizing or being reminded of these little subtle things that happen in the game because of how the game is growing, and it's constantly growing. New features happen in Java, and they go, oh well, then this will make this a lot easier, and they implement a different kind of change in the game. I'm waiting for them to be able to say, all right, finally, it has happened. All this issue with it being only available, these things only being available on Java and these only being available on Bedrock. Now we can all get everything together and just have a single, it's just Minecraft. And hopefully it'll be in the direction of functionality towards like what Bedrock has, while keeping all the, you know, abilities for doing data packs and all that kind of stuff. Because on Bedrock, one of the huge differences between Bedrock and Java is on Java here, even with Optifine, I would be, well, on this server, I can only go up to 4 chunks render distance anyway. It doesn't matter what I have it set at. But I would be lucky if I could comfortably walk in already loaded chunks, and have things load in front of me and around me if I had it set to 12, 14, 16 chunks. And that's just normal walking speed and already generated terrain. I'm just loading it. On Bedrock, even a crummy computer can crank that all the way up to 100 chunks render, and you can see all the way across the map. No problem. And the main reason for that is Java, bless its heart, can only work in limited threads. And what threads are is, let's say you've got, use an analogy of lanes. You've got a highway. Java sees the highway and just goes, yep, that is a highway. One road. Got it. Bedrock goes, ooh, there's 4 lanes here. I could do 4 things at the same time. Java doesn't look at it like that. Java goes, it's one highway. I can do one thing. And it doesn't matter how well threaded your processor is and all that. Java does not care. It only sees one thing, goes, yep, that is a computer. Gotcha. And so it's very, very limited with what it can do. But because of the limitations between some of the functionality between Java and C++, I think. I don't remember exactly what Bedrock is written in. Some things just don't translate from one programming language to the next. And so, right now, there is no universal option. But I hope someday I can have my dream world with over 1,000 mods, plugins, and data packs all at once. Oh, that'll be so nice. Hello, Shwedo, and how art thou? But until then, I have to work with what I've got. Thankfully, what I've got is a $3,000 computer. But even with this, even with a big, massive beast of a computer, I am limited to Java. So I can't do all the things that I'd like. I have to pay attention to the milliseconds per tick and all that kind of stuff. So what brings you to the stream, Shwedo? How are you? And what is your Thanksgiving plan? It is approaching Turkey Day. You're chatting on that. You're chatting on Turkey Day. And also, I think this is one of the first few times I've ever actually recognized that you are that person on the YouTube chat. Maybe. I think. Maybe this is the first visit that you've had comment in the YouTube chat. I'm working on my giant Menger Sponge today. As far as Thanksgiving is concerned, no real big plans. It's going to be this week, this Thursday. 2 days from now, in fact. But I'm more than likely going to, just be streaming. Even if no one watches, I'll probably just be streaming. Oh yeah, that's right. You changed your username. That's right. Some people like to change their usernames and makes them happy. It's hard for my brain to keep track of who's who, but I'm not doing it for my brain. That is so wild. I can't see the ground, but I also can't see the top. Man, big project. Oh, you know what I haven't done in a while? Noticed someone join and have my new user paste handy. Boop, 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 and boop. So what you're saying is, we are our family. So if someone asks you what you're doing for Thanksgiving, you say, oh, I'm just hanging out with my online family and doing whatever. I don't know if I have anything that I can do that's Turkey Day themed in my games. I honestly don't. I know that there are games that I have that have Turkey Day events. You know what I could do? Oh my god! I could fire up, well, no, the thing is, the World of Warcraft server that I've got, I don't really have any character ongoing that I would be able to do much of the Turkey Day stuff. Because I basically had to start new characters on this computer from scratch. So I don't have my characters from the old computer, the high level stuff. Ah, dang. I thought I had an idea. Yeah, I don't know what I will be doing as far as the theme. Yeah, as far as what my family does for Thanksgiving, uh, typically, if there was going to be a get together, it would be at like a Chinese buffet. And lately, there haven't really been any get togethers because no one really cares to. That's fine. Food be expensive. What we got here? Pilgrim type theme. That's a good idea. Can maybe. Are there any games that I have where you could be stranded and have to find, and one of the things you can find is turkey to eat? Huh. I'll have to think about it. I have 2 days to think about it. But basically, my planning for the data pack series has occupied so much of my brain of late that I haven't really planned to do anything holiday wise. I mean, heck, yesterday was my birthday and I streamed the data pack stuff. And I'm my own boss. I can just decide to take a day off if I want. YouTube won't care that it's my birthday. They'll go, well, this guy has stopped streaming. We are not going to put him on the same level anymore. He didn't stream today. So we're going to bump him down a notch. Because that's how YouTube do. So if I want to stay at whatever ranking I am, as far as their algorithm is concerned, I have to keep doing what I've been doing. And maybe a little more. Right now, my goal on YouTube is to just get to the point where I can activate the memberships and see what all is involved with that. Because I'm still more than 1,000 hours away from having the monetization. But I could at least activate the membership thing, and maybe someone would be more willing to do membership than Patreon or Streamlabs or whatever. We'll see. In fact, let me look at something here. Boop, boop, boop. Earn 2554. That means I am 446 hours away from being able to get memberships and supers. Also, 1,982 subscribers. Yes! I've gone up one. I just hit my elbow. Oh, wow! Oh. That's gonna make my hand feel funny. Oh. Right on the corner of the thing. Ouch. Lets you know you're alive. Oh, because I just heard my cat. I was reminded of something. I have two cats. One is a long hair pastel calico. Her name is Pandora. She's tiny. She's soft. She's cute. Um, she's very gentle and very playful. And the other one is a short hair tuxedo male named Dracula. And he is mostly blind, but not entirely. And he has the quietest little growl mew thing. He goes, "Arr, arr, arr, arr." But just the other day, I guess he was really excited, or he was maybe experimenting. Instead of doing his little growl, he did a full-on squeak, and it sounded like he stepped on a squeaky toy, which there aren't any squeaky toys. And I thought, is there a kitten under my house? So I follow the sound, and he's right outside the door here, and instead of doing his normal little noise, is this peep coming from him. It was the funniest little thing. Of course, I immediately rewarded him by picking him up and giving him a treat and holding him and petting him, because I definitely want to encourage that sound. It was the cutest thing ever. But just out of the blue, he has done it a few days now, and I think it is totes adorbs. So, for my birthday, I received a blue hat band for my hat that I wear when I go out. I always wear a top hat. Top hat, vest, tie, button shirt. Always, always, always. And okay, come on. Ooh, there we go. It's just a plain black with a black ribbon top hat. Come on, do loud noise. There we go. And there's nothing too terribly special about it other than this, you know, a top hat, and no one really wears top hats going to Walmart except me. But what I do is I put on a hat band around the base of the top hat to make it sort of match the theme of what I'm wearing. P time at noon. P weather clear. Sorry, I got kind of stuck in my mind because the gems and things weren't showing up. Oh. But she has, over the couple years, the 3 years actually, she has been occasionally making me some hat bands so that I have, oh, this is the solid row, so that I have some more options. And for my birthday, she gave me a dark blue one to go with some of my dark blue stuff. And that's basically what I got for my birthday, as a blue hat band. And so naturally, I wore it that day. When I went out, because she'd made it and it was ready to be used the night before. So when I went out to go get some stuff from the store, I made sure to dress such that I would be able to wear it. I believe that if you have something, you should use it. And if you can't even find a way to force yourself to use something that you have, then it needs to be something that has such a specific purpose that it needs to stay. Like, for instance, you may not always need a fire extinguisher unless you have a fire. And people go, oh, well, I don't have fire, so I don't need a fire extinguisher. False. But something like certain amounts of clothing, unless you have like a collection that you're going for of specialized shoes or whatever, there's no point in having more than you are going to use. Now, because monkey brain, we fall for that fear of missing out, FOMO, or the hoarding mentality that we get. But there's some things that it doesn't make sense to have if you're not going to use it. And for me, one of the big ones is clothing items. I am thrilled to death to have these hat bands because I use them all the time. I have technically 2 pairs of shoes. One is my normal shoes, and the other is a little Velcro pair of house slippers. That way, I don't have to feel the floor. Some people I know have like 10 or more pairs of shoes. And some of those pairs of shoes have been used all at once and are likely never to get used again. And to me, that feels just awful. Why have it? Someone else might want to use that all the time, and here you are just keeping it in your closet? For what purpose? Because I used it once. It has sentimental value. No, it doesn't. It's a pair of shoes. I only had 1 pair of shoes up until about a year ago, when I finally got so tired of having to deal with the fact that cats just make the floor feel wrong, that I wanted to have something more than just my socks. And if you don't know what I mean, that cats just make the floor feel wrong, get a couple of cats and try to walk around your house barefoot. You'll know. You'll go, ah, what's this? In times and places when that never should have happened, there'll be, what's this? So in order to avoid the, what's this? I now have house shoes. House slippers, I guess. Rubber soled, Velcro on, nice and durable. In my family runs a sort of propensity for semi, or in some cases extreme, bow-leggedness. and or saddle legs or whatever it's called. And so I also tend to arch my feet out, and these do not fall apart on the sides because I am doing that, and I absolutely love them. Actually, these were introduced to me by one of the patrons, Robert Kemp. After I was discussing the need for some house slippers, presto, here comes an introduction. Well, if you're looking for house slippers, let me tell you about, and he knows all about footwear because he's got diabetes and he has to make sure to protect his feet. So he gets the good stuff. And because he gets the good stuff, he was able to introduce me to the good stuff. And now I'm spoiled. Oh yeah, drink. Let's get some coffee in. I don't want to drink any of the coffee after like midnight, so I want to make sure I get my coffee in during the stream. So yeah, drink. And it's not so much that coffee keeps me awake. It does when I'm sick. So like the other day I had a little bit of coffee, and instead of what happens with ADHD when your body just goes, caffeine, must be time for sleep. I hate some of that stuff. It just doesn't make sense. But I have learned to roll with the punches. But anyway, when I'm not feeling well, instead caffeine acts normally and it keeps me awake. I wasn't anticipating it. That's also kind of how I knew I was starting to come down with something, was because caffeine kept me awake. I was like, whoa, what's going on? But when I have specifically coffee after a certain point, or I should say too close before I go to sleep, then what will happen is while I'm asleep, my acid reflux will just try to crawl my stomach out of my mouth while I'm laying there and dissolve my esophagus. So I don't like to have it in my system too terribly late, so I have to make sure to consume it before I'm done with my day. Oh, going back to what I was talking about before, where you'd place a block and then it would rotate to fit what you placed. The thing that they did makes the exact opposite happen. Instead, it keeps track of how many things are in your hand. And then it tells whether or not your client is actually correct. And so you can be placing blocks really fast. Just a whole bunch of blocks back to back to back to back to back. And you get to the very last one and then you place it and watch it disappear. And what has happened there is the server goes, you only had 13 of those, not 14. I'm deleting that block from the world. So it trades one funny phenomena for another, but that one actually ends up making it so that the server runs a lot smoother and the world runs smoother. So I understand why and how it works. It's just watching the ghost in the machine, watch it actually happen, is the way it manifests is interesting. There are lots of foods that it would benefit for the cats to be able to eat the cooked food. Not all, but some. I know cats that will just try to wrestle broccoli, raw broccoli, just wrestle it out of your hands because they've just got to nom nom on the broccoli. And they will eat it. They won't just chew on it. It's not like a toy. They will eat that broccoli. And you try to take it and it is just so funny watching this little gremlin eat its baby tree. It's great. Yeah, all cats tend to be picky about their food. Something about some kind of food, they're just, no. Which I find hilarious, coming from someone who licks their butt. So, I guess, let's see here. Tomorrow I will probably be doing data packs again. Tomorrow, Wednesday. And then, if I can find something Turkey Day related to play, I will try. If not, then... Oh, I'm out of blocks. Let's see here. I could try... Well, I mean... Do I have any food games? I'm gonna have to look through my collection of games. Because honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I've got. That might be Turkey Day related. I want to kind of plan ahead and know what I want to do for that day, but because I don't know what games I have at my disposal that might be Turkey Day related. I'm not really a holiday person. That's the problem. I don't keep holiday decorations and stuff like that. I just, you know, they're just days. They're days that other people really enjoy and give me an opportunity to get discounts on things. Ooh, I wonder if Steam has any. I bet Steam could be the clue to teach me what games are holiday related. Oh, I'll have to hop on Steam after. Okay. Because if anyone knows a list of things that are Thanksgiving related, it's the capitalistic company of Steam. Capitalism loves trends. And holidays are trendy AF. Ooh, there's a paragraph of text. Sid Meier's Civilizations. I'm not a huge fan of the 4X games and the city building and that aspect of it, because if it was just city building, it would be fine. If there were no enemies, I would enjoy that enormously. No disasters, no raids, no defending against the hordes of bandits and stuff like that. It would be okay. But to properly play the games like the Sid Meier's Civilizations and the space colonization games that are similar to that, you've got to deal with other factions and all that kind of stuff. I had my heyday. I played a bunch of the Civilization games, and I played a bunch of the space versions. Master of Orion was great. Master of Orion 3 was a little bit just easy mode. I don't like Master of Orion 3. Master of Orion 2 was, oh, chef's kiss. Like, I was actually thinking of seeing if I could get it to display right on here and play Master of Orion 2 on stream, just to show off how delightfully nerdy this game is. But while there are holiday aspects in games like Sid Meier's Civilization and things like World of Warcraft and stuff like that, it doesn't feel like there's enough to justify saying, yes, this is a holiday game. Like, I would rather try to find a Doom clone that was all about hunting turkeys or something. You know, like Check's Quest, where you zap the aliens and they return to their mothership. You don't kill them, you just teleport them to their ship. It's family friendly, you see. But the colonizing, yeah, that makes sense. But most people look to Turkey Day for food-related nonsense. So I'm going to see what I have at my disposal. There are a number of first-person shooter games that I have that do have holiday content, and many of which I haven't played in a while, that might be kind of fun to play. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't remember all the stuff that I've got. That's the problem with owning literally thousands of games is some of them are kind of like they blend together. Ah, yes, I've played generic shooting game W before. I love playing generic shooting game W. I have lots of fond memories when I was playing generic shooting game W and I shot generic enemy. That sigh was I just remembered something that I will be doing for my data pack stuff, and it sort of kind of fell into place. That there was a sigh of relief, I guess. If I have long moments of not talking while I'm doing this building, it's usually because I'm lost in thought. Like I said, I use the streaming to do one of two things. Work on projects that I am putting off because I recognize that I need to have an audience, otherwise I will never do them. Or, like this project, I'm doing something that is an actual project and I'm making progress on it. But additionally, I'm using it to allow my brain to think. And so, if I have long pauses of silence, it's because I'm doing brain. I have emulators for... I don't think that I have emulators for the handheld consoles anymore. I think that's on the hard drive that died. Which is very sad because I was actually looking forward to playing, trying to play some original Game Boy games on stream. I'll just mute the sound. But I do have all of the console games up to and including around the time of PlayStation 2. And I have all the games for all of those consoles. And I even have two controllers up there, and one of them is basically destroyed because I cannot beat the ski jump parts of Battletoads. It's the one thing that's preventing me from beating Battletoads, and I have destroyed so many controllers because of Battletoads. And it's not because I get angry and I smash them, it's because I'm pressing the buttons so much and so repetitively that it just breaks the controller. But I have all the Nintendos, all the Segas, everything. I even have the Tiger Direct. I have Virtual Boy games. I have PlayStation 1, all those PlayStation 1 games, almost all PlayStation 2 games. There are like 5 of the PlayStation 2 games that at the time, that I didn't have in ROM format. that I decided, well, if I don't have those on ROM, I'm going to get hard copies. So, like, for instance, one of my all-time favorite games on PlayStation was Test Drive Off-Road 2, and I couldn't find a good working ROM for it, so I just made sure to go out and buy the thing. So I have Test Drive Off-Road 2 sitting in some part of my room somewhere. But I could expand my search to what Thanksgiving themed console games might I have. That's a good idea. That's a good thought. Yeah, that is the problem with some of the console games too, is YouTube is very particular, and it's not necessarily YouTube that's particular, it's the copyright sharks acting on behalf of people sometimes, and entities sometimes, who don't even know that they are doing it. And it makes trying to have good creative content very restrictive. You have to know what is allowable, and over time some things become disallowed or problematic. For the longest time you could do Nintendo stuff, and then anything Mario was a no-go. My first video game console ever was an Atari 2600. First one I had access to play in my own home. Then the next one after that was the regular NES. I should rewind. On the game, or on the Atari 2600, we had this I can't remember the name of it, but there's a game where you have to bounce a clown off of a teeter-totter, and it would make the next clown bounce up, and they would pop balloons at the top of the screen. And it was fun. It was frustrating, but it was fun. But we also had this tank game. We had was it Dig Dug? I think it was Dig Dug. We had a number of others, and then we had one called Adventure, and it was just called Adventure. And boy, I loved that game because I kept finding secret after secret after secret. It was the game that introduced me to my love of finding secrets in games. But then after that, I had a regular NES, and we had, you know, the classics: Tetris, Duck Hunt. We had Super Mario World, or I'm sorry, Super Mario Brothers. We had Adventures of Lolo, which I beat all of once. And then we had this one game that took me forever to get good enough to beat. but I loved it because it was so cool. It was called Journey to Silius, or Return to Silius, or something like that. And it was a side-scroller laser gun sci-fi alien shooter game, like a Contra clone, only in space. And it was tough. But the thing about it was it was plainly obvious where all of the hit spots were on the bosses. There was none of that guessing around and experimenting. It was, it's the big white orb over there. Gotcha. So when do I get to shoot at it? When it comes down and does this. That's when I can shoot. Sweet. And it was a great game. Loved it. And then after that, we had a Super Nintendo. Super Mario Brothers 1, 2, and 3. Or the Super Mario what is it? Mario Painter? What? I think it was something like Mario Painter. You got to use a mouse, and that intrigued me. And I played that Fly Swatter game that was part of it forever. I made some of the goofiest songs you could think of with the Music Maker. That was a fun game. I don't remember much else that we had on that. Oh, Minesweeper. Cuddles. Minesweeper is one of my addictions. I literally had to uninstall it from one of my computers because it was interfering with my ability to get things done. I love Minesweeper. I don't have the reflexes to get the world record for times, but boy, I can just go and go and go. And it's one of those games where only about one in like 10 games is 100% beatable, or like 1 in 15 or something like that, because a facet of it is, let's say you've got all of everything figured out, and you're down in one corner, and say like, here is the corner, and you have these left, and it says you've got 2 mines. This is easy to figure out because, well, I mean, if it was farther out, like if you had another row, I should say, it would be easy to figure out. Like if you had these, you could go, there's one somewhere. But if it is just standalone, then this one right here will say, I can see 1 mine. It could be this one, it could be that one. If it's neither of those, then you'll not have that situation. It'll be obviously just those, because it's going to be either these 2 or these 2. And then if you put this one here, that will say, I see 1 mine. This one might say, I don't see any, but you're usually not lucky enough to get that situation. And that'll say, I see 1 mine, and that'll say, I see 1 mine. So if all 4 of these say, I see 1 mine, then you don't know if that's a mine or if that's a mine. And so you are down to just random chance. You pick one and hope. And only about 1 in 10 map, I call it map, layouts end up with being able to 100% logically deduce what ones actually have the mines. Everything else is the last few, you literally are just stuck with guesswork. And it is random chance. But that is what makes it so fun for me, is I get down to those little last minute, those last few choices, and then I go, all right, let's test my luck. Is it this one? Yes. Is it this one? Yes. Is it this one? Darn. And then I go, well, I can do better next time. And it's the gambler's fallacy, but it's fun. And because all the way up until that point, there is actual skill and reasoning involved. And then it becomes a game of chance. What happens is you go, all right, once I have applied to the best of my ability all of my brain power, I am left with this little lottery. And there's a slight chance that as a result of me using my big brain at the start, my lucky clicks here at the end will give me the fireworks, and I'll get the little celebration. It is a fun and challenging game. I love Minesweeper. Very addicting. For me, anyway. Another one that I used to be partly addicted to was Minesweeper. What was it called? The Solitaire. Bleh. Thanks, brain. The Solitaire with the card backs that you could choose on Windows. And I always chose the dark castle on the cliffs. Because, ooh, goth mysterious. And I would just play the heck out of that until the cards bounced away and I got all the fireworks. Played the arcade games, the pinball. I'm hoping that talking about some of these games will jog my memory and go, oh yeah, I obviously have this Thanksgiving themed, but nothing is firing in my brain. I've got nothing. I have such fond memories of working on Windows 3.1 computer back in the day that I found, let's see here. Give me just a moment to find a file. Where is the file? No, that's the card. No, that's not it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I have it somewhere. Maybe it's not called that. Maybe it was Windows 95 wallpaper that I'm thinking of. No, 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 that's that one. Windows 3.1. Maybe if I call it retro wallpaper. No. Oh, I remember that. Oh, that's... Whoa, that's nostalgia there. But that's not the one that I'm looking for. And it's probably just named something nonsense on my computer, like a bunch of random characters. But it's the one with all the pine needles on the pine tree branches with a gold border around it, tiled. And I would use that as my wallpaper, and I found it and added it to my actual, on here, my wallpaper list. And every once in a while it'll pop up and I'll just get this wave of nostalgia. I switched to the spider deck during Halloween. Somewhere I have a Windows 3.1 emulator and I might be able to dust that off, but I don't want to do that right now. One of my favorite emulators is just having access to the old just DOS, just old-fashioned DOS, and being able to run things from command line in DOS. I have still got a number of games that only run in old DOS environment. Even the newer DOS is too fast for it, so it has to be in the dumbed down older DOS format. I do somewhere have the OG SimCity, and one thing I used to do was, like, once a month I would have a pretend mayor meeting, and I would print out on my line feed dot matrix printer the entire SimCity map that I was working on, and I would get out my markers and pens and try to figure out, all right, I need to expand here and do this here, and I want this to look like this, and I need to put parks here, and I would plan everything out on paper. Man, I wasted so much paper back in the day. I guess it really wasn't a waste if I had a lot of fun doing it, but still. Oh, let's drink more coffee. Let's finish the cup. Ah, that's tasty. The dregs at the bottom. Sweet, I muted in time. I almost sneezed your ears off. Something about that coffee made my brain go, is this chocolate? Let's just pretend it is. Sneeze time! Because I'm allergic to chocolate. My allergy, it makes me sneeze. Which means I eat chocolate whenever I get the opportunity. You heard it? I didn't see it register on my thing. I clicked mute. I think you're being silly. I don't know, maybe it was loud enough to go past the threshold of the mute. Some things don't actually mute, they just severely alter the threshold. Ooh, that sneeze made me almost hurt my neck. Hold on, let me pop this. Oh, there we go. I'm making a lot of progress today. Lots of layers getting done, but they're also the thin layers. In fact, the next layer is going to be the layer with the fewest blocks put on it for this tier sponge. I was hoping with the data pack thing, I was really hoping to get the lunar festivals to work. I was hoping to implement some sort of like a holiday thing, a seasonal holiday sort of thing where I could have events happen from time to time that were based on the day. And I am going to still try to find something that might work and maybe retroactively get it to work somehow. I don't know if I'm going to find something, but the lunar festivals was my attempt. And 7 nights in a row, or rather, not 7 nights, but 7 of the event nights in a row, nothing happened for any of the 3 events. I'm thinking that it was broken. I have not yet let it run to see if it's going to happen. And I just got some really rotten luck. But I'm not going to give up. I'm going to continue looking around to see if I can find like holidays. I found something that I don't know if I want to implement this, because the results of it are, in my opinion, a bit too overpowered. And I'm going to say something that Cubbles is going to know exactly what I'm talking about. But on our server on the Refuge, we had a plugin called the Gods plugin. And as soon as I say that, she's probably going, ugh. And what would happen is you would make offerings. Well, first off, you'd create a god, and then you would make an altar to go with it, and then you would it would randomly select things that were its offerings, and it would give you tasks and stuff. And as long as you did the offerings and were in good standing, it would not smite you. But something broke, and it does not matter. It did not matter that we were 100% favored. We were constantly being smited all the time. Smitten. And it was becoming an issue. Not only to us, but also to other players. Like, as op and owner, when I would try to go visit someone's place to help them figure something out, suddenly it doesn't matter that I'm op. It just matters that my god had decided it's time for smiting, and I'll smite you. And they would hit me with lightning while I was standing next to another player's, say, their librarian villager room. And suddenly, in an act of God, literally, that I can't rewind because of whatever reasons, all of their librarians turned into witches. And they had all the good trades and all that kind of stuff, and I felt terrible about this. And it wasn't the only instance of that plugin being a problem, so we got rid of it. But because of that plugin, anything that smells like it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. But I found a couple of data packs that are reminiscent of that, where you get a deity and you can do some worship and you get rewards and things like that. But some of the rewards just are unfair. Thank you for donating the daily bread. Here is a full set of enchanted netherite gear. Thanks? So, I'm looking for a happy medium between. But anyway, what I have found are some things that include that aspect, the gods and the rewards and things, and they come with their own little holidays. But they require you to be on top of things all the time. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Almost as annoying as it was on the Refuge. But this time, there's multiple deities. And if I'm doing the Refugee to Regent challenge, I'm not going to be able to, off the bat, be going around and getting offerings of iron ingots and stuff like that. So, I'm going to keep searching for some sort of holiday, festivity kind of data pack. If I can find one, great. I'm not going to hold my breath, so. I clicked off screen. There we go. Let's see here. Oh, on my to-do list. Let's make sure that's actually... I actually need to type that down. Add Discord Minecraft role and make baseline Patreon role. Something that I'm going to have to do if I'm going to be getting some growth, then I need to make sure that I have a simpler system in place. I'm going to be messing with the built-in Discord reaction role now that they have that, apparently. A new functionality that I'm just now becoming aware of. If I'm understanding things correctly, that is. But what I currently have on my Discord is it is set up so that people who are supporting on Patreon, I have to, at least for now, manually give them their appropriate tier. And then anything that, any of the channels that are like the sneak peeks and stuff like that, that are for patrons only, I have to assign for each of the different tiers and go, okay, this tier can see this channel, this tier can see this channel, this tier can see this channel. And it occurred to me, what I could do is I could just give everyone who has a Patreon role, in addition to everything else, just give them the Patreon role. And just shortcut everything and go, all right, the Patreon role gets to see this. And also, in addition, they have the Patreon role plus whatever tier they have. And similarly, because I have Performium, I have the Refuge, and now I've got Planet Minecraft, I need to make just a flat out Minecraft role. Because people who come from Planet Minecraft may not have any interest in my YouTube. And so they won't have the YouTube role. And I need to make an accommodation for people to be able to have less niche roles. So I'm going to be making a role for just Minecraft and then just Patreon. The YouTube's going to stay as is. But I have a little bit of reworking that I'm going to need to be doing on the Discord. That's going to happen probably over the next week or so, because I have gotten quite a number of new subscribers and views, and now I'm starting to get people joining the Discord because I've included the link to that. So I am wanting to make it as hospitable and also accessible as I possibly can without making it so that I have to do all the busy work every single time someone joins. I prefer the automation. Ah, speaking of new people, hello DJ Retro. You've never seen so much chiseled Deepslate in your life, and you never will again. This is the Monolith. I am making a Menger Sponge. If you do not know what a Menger Sponge is, it is a fractal whereby you take a cube and hollow out in all three directions, up, down, left, right, front, back. And then you take that cube and make each of the little parts of that hollowed out, up, down, front, back, left, right, and so on and so on and so forth. And so this big one is the first hollowing out, and then that leaves these corners here. And then that gets hollowed out. Same thing down here. And then that leaves these squares, and then that leaves these squares, and then that leaves these squares. And then what's left is individual things, and the chiseled Deepslate is as close as I can get to looking like it's hollowed out in all the directions. So chiseled Deepslate is this monstrosity because fractals. It is exactly, when it's done, it is exactly 3.2 million blocks. Now this is a survival SMP server, mc.performium.net. And so all of these have been crafted by hand, either by me or other players, and I have to have these supplies. 3.2 million chiseled Deepslate is hard to fathom. If you took a shulker and filled it with chiseled Deepslate, all 27 slots at full stacks of 64, you would end up with 1,728 chiseled Deepslate in one shulker. And then if you take that one shulker and you copy it and filled it up filled them up in a chest, so that you had a full chest, not a double chest, but a full chest of shulkers that are completely full of chiseled Deepslate, then you would need 69 chests completely filled with shulkers that are themselves completely filled of chiseled Deepslate in order to make this monstrosity. Why am I building this? Because I'm a math dork. Because I can, and because it's here. And also because it is a fractal that you can do in cubes, and Minecraft is all about cubes. But also, I'm doing it because I love the fact that this is an SMP. There is a 100% guarantee that in some future year this server is getting deleted to make way for a future server. They keep up with the times, and this is a 1.19.4 server. They have added a 1.20 server, but down the road, maybe Minecraft version 1.23 is going to come out. And Performium's going to say, it's nice that we have one near constant player and a handful of other near constant players maybe from time to time, but all of these resources occupied by this one server for just a few people versus using these resources for the new server, it's time to delete it. And they've done it in the past lots of times. So I feel like there is meaning behind building this impermanent stone monolith on a public server. Hello, sampling mango. But yeah, I love the impermanence of it. And I want to see if I can get it done in some reasonable amount of time. And it is a sort of project that people can look at and go, wow, this person's a dork, wow, this person has no time, or wow, this person's dedicated, or whatever. It is an installation of art that will make the person who views it have whatever opinions they are going to have, whatever emotions they are going to have. But it will elicit, ideally, it will elicit something from people who see it, whether I'm on or not. And I enjoy that thought too. The fact that someone can just stumble upon this and go, holy cow. Because right now where I am, I'm so high up that you can't see the ground. I'm going to be making this place explorable so that people can wander around and climb and have stairs and have observation decks and stuff. But for now, I have to actually build the thing. And that's what I'm doing. 3.2 million chiseled Deepslate. And no, this is not my server. This is just a public server that I happen to play on. I have been, technically I've been a member of this server since 2017, or no, 2016. But there was a period of a few years in the middle when I wasn't playing on this. I had my own server and I was doing other stuff. And so it wasn't until about a year and a half ago that I came back to this server and started playing again. And I ended up in March coming on to this SMP, the Wild SMP. And I decided this is the server that I'm going to build this project on. And so here we are. But yeah, if you took all the chests of full shulkers that it takes to build this thing, you could build a small house out of the chests of the shulkers of the building materials for this place. That is just unfathomable. You know what? It occurs to me. I've been gung-hoing this so much that I didn't put the torches on that layer. PP2. Let's torch it up. I only need to put the double torches on these rows there, but I do need to at least put the primary torches Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Oh, the ones that I do the double on. Here, let me finish this. I'll show you. Okay. So I've done all the singles. Now, this torch and this torch are perfectly enough to illuminate all of this. If I bring up the F3, it says sky 6, 5, 4, 3, 3, 3, and then back up to 4, and so on and so forth. That is enough light to illuminate all the way back to here. And so therefore the torch that's right here is enough to illuminate back to here. So all these squares get perfectly illuminated. However, if I come up here, obviously there is a layer of blocks right here. I don't have to worry about anything spawning on this. But if I come over here, there's this big open space. Now, F3 again. Again, the lighting is like right about here on the F3s. It says sky 15 block 4. Now right here, lighting is 3. But then there's 2, 1, 0, 0, 0. So these 3 corner blocks will spawn bad guys. So in order to prevent that, I put a second set of torches in the opening. That way, when I come back over here, it says 1 in the darkest location. So in all of these big open spaces, that's where I put the doubles. That's how I figure it out. So like for instance, this whole area here gets doubles all the way around. Because one thing I want to make sure of with this build, no dark spots. Nowhere a hostile mob is going to spawn and surprise a visitor. I don't want to witlessly be party to the accidental death of someone because it's not well lit. If they decide to go jumping for joy, that's on them. But as far as lighting, that's on me. So I'm making it, quote, safe. All right. Now, wait a minute. This one doesn't need it. Just these. These are the ones that need it. So I don't go that way. I go this way. Gotcha. Okay. And then go in here. Got that one. Now I go this direction. I got that one already. Got that. And that should be it for that layer of lighting. Just in time for me to do the next layer of lighting. Because this next layer that I'm putting on gets the torches again. PV2. Put all of you back. Get you back out. Now back to building the Chiseled Deepslate. I think the harder part to envision than the amount of Chiseled Deepslate that's going to end up going into this project, harder even than that, is realizing how many soul torches are going into it. Because it's not going to be 3.2 million soul torches, but it's going to be thousands of soul torches. I haven't calculated it exactly. But let's see here. For every tier 2 Menger Sponge, there are 3 . No, I'm sorry. There aren't 3. Because... No, yeah, okay, yeah. For sure there's 2. But... it's more than 2 by some amount. Let's just say it's 3. Okay, yeah. For every tier 2, there are 3 soul torches. Now, this is made out of 20 tier 4s, which is 400 tier 3s, which is 16,000 tier 2s. And for 16,000 tier 2s, that would be 32 plus... Wait, how many did I say? It was 3 per every tier 2. So that would be 48,000 soul torches. How much is 48,000 soul torches? If you had $1 for every soul torch, you could just buy a car outright in cash. Brand spanking new car with all the bells and whistles. Instead of spending 7 years paying for it. How to make vanilla pudding? Yes, I get the gelatin pudding mix. I add the milk, and if it calls for sugar, I add the sugar, and I mix. How to make pudding from scratch? I don't know. I've not made whole pudding from scratch. I've made the mix from scratch, and that's about as close as I can get. I get the pudding powder, put it in a bowl, and slowly introduce the milk. Or no, I put the bowl down, I put the milk in the bowl, I get the whisk out, and then I slowly introduce the powder while constantly whisking. And then when I'm done, I put it in the fridge. Put some sunglasses on it and give it a cigar and a bathrobe so it can just chill. How did I manage to skip that? Uh-oh. That's all there, that's all there. 3, 3 in a corner, 3, 3, 3 in a corner, 3, 3, 3 in a corner. I guess I just simply skipped that one. That's bizarre. Ah! They dislike when you buy the pudding. Is there a story there, or? Huh. Here's a question. Since you work in a restaurant as a sous chef, you might be able to have just the insight that I would be looking for to solve a bit of a quandary. I like mushrooms, they're tasty. That's not the quandary. The quandary is, I don't want to have to put in my teeth to have to eat mushrooms. So I only eat the mushrooms when they are very tiny or very soft. Is there a kind of mushroom, a go-to, and a kind of way of preparing it to guarantee that I'm not going to be biting into a hockey puck? Because I can do, like, stuffed mushrooms, I can do those because they're hollowed out and the walls are thin enough that I can just deal with them. And thinly sliced, like portobellos on a burger, that's fine. I can deal with that. But I'm not always going to have at my disposal those kinds of options. And I will be at the mercy of what's in the package of mushrooms when I buy it. Do you know enough about mushrooms to have some insight to help me? Because I am looking to improve my green bean casserole by including, like, sauteed mushrooms. But the last time I sauteed mushrooms, they turned into boot leather. And I can't eat boot leather. I didn't like to eat food like that back when I had my full set of pearly whites. Now, especially, I don't like to eat it. Button mushrooms. Freeze the mushrooms before cooking. Oh, that's brilliant, because that would make the water burst through the cell walls and break them down easier. That would solve it. That's the missing element. You genius. Like, that hadn't even occurred to me. They're plants. Well, they're fungi, but you know what I mean. They have water-bearing cells that when you freeze them, the crystals are going to burst through the cell walls and let out all the cytoplasm in the water. And it will make them less firm. That's just how it do. Freeze the... Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I know what I'm gonna do for Thanksgiving. I know exactly what I'm gonna do for Thanksgiving. Food-wise, anyway. I'll have to go shopping, like, tomorrow or something, but, I'm going to go get some cheese sticks and some dough making, or at least some pre-made dough or whatever for making some pizza. I'm going to make some stuffed crust pizza for my as a post-birthday meal. That would definitely make me a happy. Because I love me a stuffed crust pizza. What I don't love is spending, at this point, it's dang near $30 to get a pizza of that type from like Pizza Hut delivered. Even going to pick it up, it's still at least 20 bucks. Yeah, mushrooms are more closely related to us than plants. No, actually, mushrooms or fungi were technically amongst the earliest life forms on the planet. And there's evidence that certain breeds of mushrooms would get like house-sized. Their fruiting bodies would get just enormous, like sci-fi planet art kind of scale. Oh, what am I doing? I need to put the torches in. Herpaderp. Okay. This layer doesn't need nearly as many torches. I'll just grab a few stacks. I don't even need this many stacks, honestly. Wait. Oh. I'm not done with that layer. Oops. Break that so I don't get confused. Finish this layer. One of the facts that I love about fungi is there are kinds of fungi that are at the small scale, like the bacteria scale of life. These fungi have tendrils that are super fast predator style food gathering. Like they actually spear and destroy bacteria and other small things and hydras and stuff like that, and just send these basically it's like mycelium threads, but not really. They send it into it and pull all the nutrients out of the more active things, but they are so lightning fast at that scale that it's terrifying. Watching life happen at that scale, like through a microscope, there's some cool YouTube channels about that. I even have some of them that feed automatically to my Discord, in fact, in the science and history YouTube channel area. But watching the stuff happen at that scale is like terrifying, because there are aspects of being alive. Keep on trying, little parts of them will keep going. And even though like 80% of their cytoplasm has been leaked out they'll just keep on swimming and keep on trying to eat and keep on trying to life because they don't quite realize that they're at their end. So they just keep trying. And then if you think really hard about that, our cells do that too. But we're such complex beings that certain aspects of it cease way before the rest. But at the teeny tiny level, if there's enough nutrients and enough oxygen and all that kind of stuff, cells will just keep on doing cell things. It's so crazy, terrifying, but it's neat. And that's life. Life as we know it. Hank Green has a channel where all they do is just microbiology videos on how life behaves at the teeny tiny level. And it is fascinating, it is beautiful, it is just raw nature. Okay, now I can start on this level. It is only 11 o'clock. Holy cow. I've gotten a huge amount of work done today. Wowie, wow. Oh, what is? Oh, he's got the big Einstein hair. The periodic videos. What is his name? What is his name? I know the camera guy, the person who runs the channel, Brody. Boulder Dash. I can't remember his name. I cannot remember. I have probably seen every video that Brody and his team have put together. All the periodic videos, all number file, the language, just everything. I've probably seen at least 95% of the stuff that they have put out. I am a dork through and through, but watching someone get as excited about molybdenum as that guy does lets you know how fully immersed they are and impassioned they are about the thing that they love, and how great it is that they happened to be able to live in a time when they could find work where they could do that passion. He just exudes joy all the time. I love it. That's gonna bother me. Google name of old guy in periodic videos. Polyakov. Is that his name? Yeah, it's Martin Polyakov. Huh! I've learned a thing. Or no, I did know this. That's right. It's Sir Martin Polyakov. He is knighted. Man, he is 75 years old. He's not much older than my dad, but boy, he looks ancient. My God, he looks just like time itself. So let's see here. Very probably tomorrow I'm going to be doing more data pack stuff. Because I'm just eager to get that started. And I'd like to get it started, if not before the end of the year, then right at the beginning of next year. Oh, this is where I turn right here. Oops. So I want to make sure I have all my ducks in a row and get everything in place and just get started. I don't want to do too hasty of a job, obviously. I want to make sure I do it right. So I'm going to be spending a lot of time testing and tweaking the different data pack combinations and resource packs and all that kind of stuff, and finding out for sure what is going to work. And before I start, I want to have the Discord channels ready to go. Or channel rather, and the settings for the Minecraft reaction roles and stuff like that. So there is a lot of stuff on my plate. Oh, double placing, great. No, come back. But because of how much there is to get done. I'm going to be kind of leaning hard into it. So like I said, after I'm done with this stream, I'm going to maybe grab a bite to eat and immediately start streaming the work on preparing some more data pack stuff for that project. What I might also do is, I am going to have to do some Discord formatting anyway. I could just spend the rest of the evening setting up the different roles and migrating the users that we have over to the roles. Might do that. Because it occurs to me, thinking about doing that makes me go, dread. And if there's one thing I've learned about myself, it's that if I don't do the things that I dread first, they'll never get done. I will find ways to put things off forever. So I think that I'm going to have to just focus on that one. There is the rest of what I started before I was streaming that I do need to finish up, and that is data pack related, well, resource pack related. But then after that, I'm going to do the Discord setting up. And I think what I will have to do for that is first give everyone the roles. Then I will set up all the channels to be able to display for the new roles instead of having to set it up for, all right, if you are Performium, you can see this channel. If you are Refugee, you can see this channel. If you are Planet Minecraft, you can see this channel. Instead, just do away with all that and make it be, if you are Minecraft, you can see all this content. If you are Patreon, you can see all this content. Not if you are Dirt, Wood, Stone, so on and so forth. So a little bit of messing around with that, and then I'm going to figure out, I want to see if there's a way to maybe divide things into chapters, and that was a sound. I'll be right back. I think my cats have knocked something over. So the cabinet under the fridge was open, and a couple of the bottles were on the floor. They were not leaking, but let's just say, one of the cats was very curious about what was going on, and the other cat was cowering in the corner. Now, I'm not gonna say I think I know who did it, but he was acting pretty sus. Oh, and I realized I made a mistake when naming the guy behind the camera on periodic videos and number file and all that. It's not Brody, it's Brady. I apologize for the error. If you're wondering why I keep looking up like this, it's because I'm realizing that I just have, after the layer that I'm on right now, I just have one more layer of tier 2s, and then I get to put in the full sheet to put in the last layer of tier 3s to finish off this tier 4. And I'm excited. Today, because of how many blocks, or how much airspace there is in the blocks for the layers I've been putting in, I have made some stupendous progress vertically. I've still used roughly the same amount of blocks as I would in any given stream. It's just actually probably less, in fact, because spending a lot more time flying and making my way to the destination than placing blocks. I don't know, maybe. But let's see here. EV2. I've gone through I had most of a inventory to start. So I've gone through, let's say, 6.5. So that's not bad. Oh. Stupid wiggle. Okay, 7.5. So maybe a little bit more than average. I also haven't really been stopping to do other little side tangents as much in this stream. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Now, I'm the only person on. I'm building for myself. Essentially, right now, Performium is spending money to just let me have a server of my own. Not really, but it feels that way. I will say, I know exactly what I would do if, like, they decided, you know what, let's just give this guy just one little server that he is op of. He's not op anywhere else, just op of just this. And let's see what he does. I know exactly what I would do. Well, I would first need to know what sorts of plugins there are at my disposal. So there's a limitation there. But if the plugins are available, which I think they are, then I would turn this into an adventure mode, like an RPG game kind of server with little sub areas that would slowly regenerate over time for getting resources for doing things. And I would have areas set aside where people, if they entered those areas, they would be in survival and not adventure. and then let them do their claiming in those areas along like the roads and stuff, or out in the middle of nowhere. But the premise would be adventure based and doing quests and whatnot. You are helping, Cuddles. You're helping watch. You're watching, you're keeping me company. You remind me when I accidentally tab over to the wrong screen and don't come back, which hasn't happened in this stream, but it's happened in the past. Oh boy. All right. Alrighty, Cuddles. You are appreciated. So I need to do... that. Okay. Wow. Looking down is such a trip, how high up this is. I can see the moon. And the sun. So let's see here. On the agenda for tomorrow, as far as the data packs are concerned, I won't be, unless I can figure out what's going on with Floorcraft, I won't be testing Floorcraft. I can't be testing the Update Aquatic 2. Well, one thing I will do is I will include the lunar festivals with whatever I'm doing, just to see if it pops off while I'm testing the other stuff. If it pops off, then I know it can work. Then, in between that, I will be working on... there's one called Vaults of Abaddon, which means tonight I for sure have to finish implementing the resource pack. There is... let's see here. Oh, is this... Oh, this one goes all the way across. Let's see here. There is enhanced jewelry, vaults of Abaddon. What is the name of... Where did I put that folder? Minimize you, minimize you, minimize you. Vault of Abaddon, update aquatic won't work. Floorcraft might not work. Enhanced jewelry. Lift mechanics. I will also be trying to find something that I can use date and time with. I will re-add mechanization. I will be looking for some sort of other holiday kind of thing. And if I can find one, I will include it in tomorrow's stream. I found one data pack that I can't figure out why it's not working. It enables you to be able to make spectral torches that you can shoot, or spectral arrows that you can shoot, and where the arrow lands, it pops a torch. And I think that would be quite delightful for cave exploration and very handy. I tried to get it to work previously, but for some reason, while it says it's installed, it doesn't actually work. The recipes don't work. One recipe does work, but the actual placement of the torches doesn't work at all. I can't figure out what's going on, and the discussion / comments / forum, whatever you want to call it, is no help, and the dev has not gotten back to me. So I'm going to see if I can find a replacement for that. I'm going to try to find where I downloaded that file for the hot air balloon. I'm going to reincorporate the Nordic ships. Let's see here. Oh, and I'm going to see about setting up some sort of train system. Because it's nice that New in Town has the ability to lay the track, but I want to have a little bit more immersion than just sit in box and go vroom. I want to have like a train. Multiple carts going for transporting goods, so I can actually use the train to transport materials between towns, things like that. And then I also want to look into mobile storage systems that I might be able to transport bulk quantities of things between dimensions. I saw something that was, it made it so that ender chests were a lot more functional and each slot on the inner chest could hold a chest instead of just an item, and then you interact with the chest, and then that multiplies the amount of storage that you can have via the inner chest by 27 times. So that's nice, but I don't know if I feel comfortable with it, because it feels, I don't know, it feels a little overpowered maybe. I don't know how else to describe it. It feels kind of cheesy to do it that way. So we'll see. What am I? Do this, do this. Oh, okay. I'm on this stage here. So there's a number of data packs that I need to test, a number of resource packs that I need to fiddle with, and a number of other data packs that I need to try to find. And also, I need to try to find something to stream for Turkey Day. It may just be my usual stuff, but I will try to find something that is Turkey Day related. I should have marked what level I started on at the beginning of the stream, because I feel like I made vertically, I made a huge burst forward in this part of the project, but I don't remember exactly how far along I was. I would have to rewind all the way to the beginning of my stream to see. I think that I only had the bottom 3 levels. I think everything from there up to here has been today's stream, I think. Which, holy cow, that's busy. I spent Saturday during RGA's stream making more shulkers of Deepslate in between trying to stay awake. One thing that I am leaning towards probably putting on my plate for future projects is figuring out specifically how advancements work in Minecraft, to see if there's a way I can make a data pack or something like that to just be able to keep track of all of the advancements in all of these data packs. And maybe even have some sort of running total scoreboard for advancements. I keep seeing in different places that it is hard for data packs to know what is going on in other data packs. Obviously, they're not self-aware. So what I might have to do is manually find what all the advancements are, and then just make a data pack that keeps track of it and have it divided per a data pack. I could, I don't know, maybe do a book or a trigger thing or something where there's like a scoreboard system or something that just keeps track of, is this one done? If so, tally it. And I could just make it something that happens to be compatible with all of the data packs I'm using, so it can keep track of everything that way. But I want to see if there's a way for me to just arbitrarily go, ah, yes, there's this data pack, so keep track of this. That way you can just check and see in the locations where advancements occur and look for any subfolders of advancements and see that way if I can just make a cohesive package, because it's nice to have the 5 tabs for the vanilla Minecraft and be able to go, ooh, ah. I've done that on here. I've distracted a piglin with gold. Why didn't I get the achievement? I've not used a compass on a lodestone yet. But what I want to do ultimately is, in addition to the refugee to regent challenge, I have that challenge where I need to find one of everything, and I have a couple other things going on where I've got, you know, side quests and stuff, and I want to, they're in with the challenge of building the kingdom. I want there to also be more activities going on, so that there's always something happening. Virtually no matter what I'm doing. Going to space, here's an advancement. Riding in a boat for 10 kilometers, there's an advancement. Not remembering to sleep for 30 nights in a row, there's an advancement. Whatever. And just have it keep track of every advancement between every data pack. Because it doesn't feel like I'm ever going to hear back from any of the devs that have all these advancement packs that on their images they show this infrastructure where they can have this huge advancement window and be able to manipulate tabs and all that kind of stuff. I don't think that's going to be happening. So if I can't get that to happen, I need to find a solution, because I want to have the advancements as some of my objectives for some of the tiers, or some of the stages in the Refugee to Region challenge. And additionally, it would be nice to be able to just summon advancement tabs. So I'm going to try to figure something out. And if that ends up with me being able to become a data pack author in addition to everything else. Great. I hope it isn't going to have to be something like I can make a data pack that tracks all of the achievements that it's or advancements that it's aware of, but I have to manually add to my database for every data pack there is, and there's going to be people in my comment section going, "Can you add this data pack and this data pack and this one and this one and this one?" And, sure, I could do that. Can you support me on Patreon? Because I feel like it would turn into something like that. And I don't want all of my time to be spent writing a data pack. I know how awful that would be if I have all these other thoughts in my head and then suddenly all of my time gets spent doing that. So I want to try to find a solution that isn't going to occupy all of my time. Perf start of late. Oh, you're saying in my Performium chat an image of the start layer. Hey, I was right. Layer 3. I remembered correctly. Hooray! Huzzah! And all those other cheers. Why are you not? Huh. I think I'm gonna go one more layer and then wrap it up. I think I have enough time for another layer reasonably. It's still a little bit before midnight. Oops. What would really be disheartening is if I do try to pursue this thing about the advancements with the data packs, and I come to find out that it is a Sisyphean task, and I just won't be able to do it. Like, I might be able to do it for my collection and manually pick them all out. But if I do the work to make a data pack that allows me to track advancements, I will want to publish it. No point in making a data pack that has functionality for all these advancements and not publish it. No point. And if I do that, then the question would become, do I openly track the hidden advancements before they are unhidden? Or do I just have a list of all the advancements and just let things happen around the advancements? And also, I would have to go, well, if I'm going to do this, then I'll have to make it compatible with adding more advancements to it. So I'd have to decide, is it going to be an in-chat or a GUI? Is it going to be... I wonder if there is a way to force... Aha! This might be a route. Because obviously Minecraft is aware of all of the advancement tabs that it has. I wonder if there's a way to just poll what advancement tabs there are, and then just say, put this tab in position 1, and let everything shuffle around behind it as necessary. Make this tab visible. I might be able to do that. That sounds something simpler. That sounds like I should be able to just pull one tab forward. I might be able to pull how many tabs there are and just scoot one to position 1 on request. That might be a route I could go. I'm not getting my hopes up that that's even possible to do, but that feels like it would be the simplest solution. That way I'm not having to keep track of what advancements there are and all that kind of stuff. All I'd have to do is just keep track of what tabs there are and just put one of them in position 1 on request. It doesn't even have to know going into it what tabs there are. That might work. I'll have to see. Alright, what's this message is? I'm gonna put 2 logs in the fire, but holy cow, it's so hot it feels like my smelter couldn't hardly get 1 log in, let alone arrange to fit a second. Couldn't even get log in far enough to close door without tongs. Ooh. Well. The question then is, how warm is it on the other side of the room/house? Ah, beverage. Did I... Okay. Hello, Empire of the Nether Foundation. Yes. So my question is, why do you keep posting that? Have you heard about bathrooms? Is your bathroom closed? I'm sorry, restroom. You don't even know who I am. You're just coming in to spam. That's great. I have a spam visitor. I have achieved one of the achievements of a YouTuber. I have a spammer. You've talked back to me before. You've hung out, you've watched a stream or two. This is definitely not even in your first 5 visits. You've been here multiple times, yes. You're not new. But every single time you come in talking about whatever this is, I don't know if you're trying to get people to look up some sort of troll thing. I don't know what you're doing with your little spam thing, but it reminds me of this person who would come onto this server that I'm on and just spam commentary about whether restrooms are open or closed in malls. So, forgive me if I call you bathroom guy, but that's what it's going to turn into if you don't mix up your intro from time to time. You're going to become bathroom guy. I will say it took 3 streams of you visiting for me to actually get you to talk back and not just post your thing about the Amazon nonsense and then leave. I have no idea what that means. Let's see here. I do not know enough Japanese to know what that means. Oh, bother. My stance is, as long as your commentary is not inflammatory or vulgar or going against the terms of YouTube and all that kind of stuff, people are going to talk about what people are going to talk about. I shall not. This and this one. Okay. Getting nearly done with this layer. Why, hello. Thank you for visiting. Here's your receipt. So, it looks like the plan for tomorrow, or let me rewind. The plan for tonight is after this stream, I will be potentially grabbing a little bit of grub, and then I will start streaming on Discord. while I am arranging some roles and setting up the channel. And then, oops, tomorrow I will be streaming data pack stuff. And I'm very nearly to the point where I can say that I'm done assembling the data pack collection. Oh, what does that mean? I lower my fists, if you're wondering. It's on this server there's a plugin called MCMMO, and when you have an empty hand and you right click on a block, you ready your fists to start punching things. And then if you don't start punching things, it says you lower your fist. Anyway, so my plan is do the data pack stuff and get it as close to done as possible. Figure out what I'm going to be doing with the weird resource pack glitch issues. See if I can get floor craft to work, and then do any last little touches. Look things over and say what feels like it might be missing, and then just assemble it all into one world and start setting it up as a demo world. Then, once the demo world is set up and I have examples of all of the data packs and what they do, I will at that point start filling in the Discord channel that I'm going to set aside for the data pack collection, filling in all the information and preparing for the video. You think it's a Menger Sponge? Yes, this is a Menger Sponge. I am building the largest possible Menger Sponge in vanilla Minecraft right now. It is a tier 5 Menger Sponge. On this server, there's a limited render distance of 4 chunks, so you don't get to see it all. But you can see it if you look on a map. Oh, that reminds me. That's something I wanted to do today. Let me come in here and then go /home warehouse. And then I need to get a little bit of redstone dust. Need to get a couple iron ingots. Craft make a compass. Then I need to come over here, go up to this floor and grab some paper. Craft. Back. How am I flying? I have a rank high enough which allows me to fly, and also someone bought fly for me back in 2018 because I was helping with so many projects. On this server you can buy fly with global commands. Here you can buy fly. It costs in-game currency of gems. You can see that I have 12,661 gems. I haven't spent a penny on any of these gems. This is free gems that I've gotten for doing different things. So you can get fly on this server. Alright, so I do need to back out one layer at least. So craft. I need to back out one more layer. Craft. Gonna be a little upset if this is like right in the perfect corner. It's looking like it's gonna be right in the perfect corner where I can't get the whole thing on a single map, even the largest size. That's gonna be a little disappointing. Oh, bother. Well, let's just reveal this whole thing. It is. It's right in the corner. That is some rotten luck. That is so sad. There's not another layer, is there? Craft. There is, but it's not gonna... Ah! Disappointed! So I'm just gonna have to make a bunch of smaller maps to display this. Well, poo. I'll keep this in my inventory to remind myself to do maps next time. Oh well. It's a Menger cube. Menger Sponge. Different names. Artistic physical representation of a mathematical principle of reiterating a function into a physical object. Take a square, divide it into a tic-tac-toe board, and take out the middle piece. And then each of those little leftover tic-tac-toe squares, divide that into tic-tac-toe and take out that middle piece. And then the remaining squares there, take that middle piece out, and then take that middle piece out, and then take this middle piece out. And that's called a Menger square. But then you can go in 3 dimensions and turn it into a cube shaped by taking out not just the square, but the whole central mass. And that is what a Menger Sponge is. A Tier 5 Menger Sponge is comprised of exactly 3.2 million units, whatever the units are. In this case, a unit is a meter cubed block of chiseled deepslate. 3.2 million of them once this is done. And already it is for sure about 1/5, maybe close to a quarter of the way done. Because in addition to all this height up here, there's also all this building that has gone on for all the rest of it over this way. So there's a lot of it. But anyway, plan for tonight, Discord stream, plan for tomorrow, data pack stream, and then plan for Thursday. Maybe something Turkey Day related. I will see. I don't know if I have anything that I can reliably attach to that, but we'll find out. And then the weekends, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for me are always a little wishy-washy. So I don't know. Probably do some streaming on Friday. Saturday and Sunday, probably not. But for sure, tonight I want to do some work on the Discord thing, but I do have to finish the step that I was on for the resource pack, but I'll do that while I'm also streaming on Discord so that I'm compelled to stay on task. So in the meantime, I'm just going to go ahead and wrap things up. It is after midnight. I have done a lot of work today, and I'm very happy with it. So, thank you guys ever so very much for watching, hanging out, spending time chatting, visiting, going onto the Discord, supporting on Patreon, everything that you guys do. It is so wonderful to have you on the crew, and I look forward to every moment I get to spend doing this. If you like this video, please leave a like. I do appreciate it, and it does help. And if you haven't already, please do subscribe so that you can know when I have future stuff coming out. And in addition, if you want to join my Discord, I have an announcement channel that lets you know when I publish videos and when I go live. And I also have a lot of other stuff going on over on that Discord. The link for it is down below in the description, and all you have to do is follow the link to pick a role. And when you pick a role, it will open up all the rest of the Discord for your viewing pleasure. There's a lot going on over there. Let's see here. Also down below are links to my Patreon and Streamlabs if you would like to help support my channel in some way. You get a nice little shout out and a little name card thing, as well as some perks. More perks coming in the future. I have a lot on my plate. But that about does it for today. Thank you again ever so very much for watching and hanging out. It has been a pleasure as always. This is Thorn of Night. This has been the Performium Wild SMP at mc.performium.net. This has been my Menger Sponge project on Tuesday night, November the 21st. And I will talk to you later.